All right. Well, welcome. It's nice to come back to a full room. Thank you for joining us. You can't hear me. Can you hear me now? If you're in the back and you can hear me, raise your hand. Thank you. No, you can't hear me either. Okay. So next, moving on to the next item of our agenda is staff, students, and school recognition. And this is one of my favorite parts of our meeting. So first, we will be recognizing the 2024 retirees. So we will be reading, we'll be inviting the retirees, and we'll be reading a little bit about them, as well as handing some things that we have for you. So first, I'd like to recognize Vicki Knutson. Is Vicki Knutson here? Okay, that's okay. We'll go ahead and I'll read what I have here for her. So Vicki has been working here at Nellie for almost 24 years. She almost canceled her interview because of the long drive from Portland, where she used to live back then. After the interview, she stood in the parking lot and knew she would want to work here for a long time. Everything about Nellie felt very good, and she was not wrong. Ms. Knutson has impacted students in many positive ways as a bilingual classroom teacher, reading specialist, tag coordinator, language program coordinator, and probably many more that I am not aware of. Vicki has an incredibly calm demeanor, which helps students feel safe and comfortable in her classroom. She likes camping, gardening, traveling, and visiting her family, 2 children, 6 nephews, and 3 nieces. Outside education, she is interested in alternative healing and has spent plenty of time studying homeopathy. She has lived in Oregon most of her life, but was able to spend time living in Mexico and Spain as a teenager. Vicki will be extremely missed in Nellie Muir. Thank you very much for all of your years of service. Vicki Knutson.
Robin Severson. Robin Severson joined the district as a payroll and benefits specialist in August of 2012. She spent her almost 12 years with the district endearing herself to everyone she came into contact with. Robin was not only amazing at her job, but she was a wonderful person. She always went above and beyond to help staff members with their questions and would provide a kind and sympathetic ear when needed. She will be greatly missed by all of us, and we wish her well in her retirement. Thank you, Robin.
Suzanne Droke. Am I saying that right?
Susan.
Okay.
Susan.
Susan Droke has been a integrate part of the Woodburn High School community for over 20 years. She has dedicated countless hours to the language, arts, and ESOL departments, as well as the international program throughout her time of service. She was also part of the successful French Prairie House pilot program and the small school intuitive, including the design and implementation of the Academy of International Studies. Her knowledge of pedagogology and building relationships with staff and students, creating safe environments and successful educational programs and systems going nearly unmatched. Thank you, Suzanne Droke.
Patricia Magallanes. Patricia Magallanes has been an incredible part of the dual language and AVID programs in the Woodburn School District. For over 20 years, she has provided strong science instruction with high levels of academic, language, and Spanish to our students. She's an expert in a variety of science content areas, as well as health and AVID curriculums. One of her specialties is building strong relationships with students, in particular with students who have arrived to the high school from other countries. Her gift of helping newcomers, as well as all of her students, feel welcome and comfortable is admirable. Patricia is also gifted at bridging the gap between school and home through her strong communication skills. Thank you.
Miss Debbie Patton. Debbie Patton has been a voice and advocate for both students and staff at Woodburn High School for nearly 20 years. She has used her belief and conviction that students have a right to be held to high rigorous standards of learning to improve the lives of many students. Students feel supported and empowered through the authentic ways in which she connects with them. Her knowledge of the effective teaching of language arts and AVID has supported and inspired many students to achieve greatness, both in high school and beyond. She has also been an important part of ensuring that working and learning conditions for staff and students are taken seriously through her work with the Professional Issues Committee. Thank you, Ms. Patton.
Craig Redding. Throughout his tenure, he displayed an unwavering commitment to physical education, inspiring students to embrace a healthy and active lifestyle. His passion for PE was infectious, and it created an environment where students pushed themselves to new limits. Though his methods may have seemed tough at times, they were rooted in a deep belief in the potential of every student. Your consistency in enforcing rules and expectations created a sense of structure and order that laid the foundation for success both on and off the field. As he embarks on his new chapter of his life, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude for his years of service. His dedication to the principles of discipline and accountability has left an indelible mark on our school. Thank you, Craig Redding.
Ludmila Shevchuk. In Ludmila's 20 years of service to the district, we appreciate her positive attitude. In her last few years in the district, she has worked at Heritage in one of the most self-contained classrooms with students who needed extra special attention and care. Students are pleased with Lydia's cheerful, unflappable attitude, which will be displayed as she continues to visit us from time to time in this next phase of her life. Staff members appreciate all that they have learned from her many years of service as she worked with newer teachers and assistants on staff to support some of our most special students. She will be sorely missed. Thank you, Ludmila.
Everybody.
We're gonna do a picture. All right, let's do a picture. Thank you so much.
Is Natalie Vachenko here? Natalie has served with distinction at Heritage, working as a classified staff member for 20 years. Staff and students remember her for her caring, compassion, and commitment Bilingual in English and in Russian, Natalie participated in international Russian symposiums as both a parent and as a staff member. She has also spent countless days patiently helping students with special challenges, and she did it in 2 languages. Natalie has a ready smile, a great sense of humor, and an infectious laugh that makes coworkers smile every time. Very true. We wish Natalie all the best in this next chapter of her life. Congratulations.
This is like the poster church. Lisa Zellner. Throughout her tenure, Ms. Zellner has exemplified a steadfast commitment to discipline, accountability, and unwavering pursuit of excellence. Her belief in the transformative power of education has been the guiding force behind every lesson taught, every challenge presented, and every high standard set. While Ms. Zellner's demeanor may have been characterized by strictness, it was always driven by a profound dedication to the success and well-being of her students. Her tough love approach was a reflection of her unwavering belief in the potential of each individual, inspiring them to reach new heights and overcome obstacles with resilience and determination. Her insistence on accountability has instilled a sense of responsibility and integrity that will continue to shape the character of future generations. Thank you both for your tireless dedication and unwavering belief in the potential of every student. Lisa Zellner.
Karen Pugsley. Mrs. Pugsley has been with Woodburn School District for a short time, but has made a significant impact by developing our Grow Your Own program. By partnering with other educational institutions, TSPC and BOLI, we have 2 employees working through our JATC pathway to become a teacher at Woodburn School District. Karen has also been a mentor to our district principals and currently has filled in as an administrator for long-term absences. Thank you, Karen, for your time at Woodburn School District.
I'd like to invite up Director Woolley at this time to read this final recognition.
I'm sorry. Throughout my time at WSD, I have been blessed to work with many great people. But sometimes you meet someone who is just different. Different in how they approach their job, different in how they interact with people, just different in how they look at life. Mike McCauley was such an individual. He made everyone around him better, and he didn't do it physically imposing his will, which given his stature, he probably could have done. He did it by making you feel like you mattered. With his infectious smile, his dry sense of humor, and positive demeanor, Mike made you feel like anything was possible and nothing was as bad as you thought it was. Mike modeled this in his interactions with those around him and the way he approached his work. Mike McCauley gave 8 years of service to Woodburn School District as a groundskeeper, a maintenance worker, and you would be hard-pressed to find a harder worker or better employee. But more importantly, Mike blessed us with 8 years of his friendship and camaraderie, and we are all better people for having him in our lives.
Thank you again and congratulations to all of our staff who is retiring this year. Next, we will move on to student recognitions.
Yeah, so at this point, we can see our Lincoln administrators coming forward. We'll go ahead and recognize our students and staff from Lincoln, and then we'll invite up French Prairie staff or French Prairie administrators to also recognize the French Prairie staff and students before we dive into the reports.
Good evening. We're going to present some recognition for our students first and then our staff members.
Okay, our first student is Evelyn Arredondo Barajo. Evelyn is a remarkable fifth grader at Lincoln Elementary. Evelyn has demonstrated dedication to her studies and a positive attitude that inspires peers and teachers alike. As a member of the student council and a participant in this year's writing festival at the high school, she shows outstanding leadership and passion for learning. Not only does she excel academically by producing high quality work and going above and beyond, but she also has many friends and consistently shows kindness to both students and staff. Her teacher has said that he's incredibly proud of Evelyn, and we all are at Lincoln. And we look forward to seeing all of the wonderful things she will achieve in the future.
Ivan Suarez Ortiz is not here. Ivan is a sweet, caring student. We have seen Ivan's personality flourish through his consistent attendance. He is building routines, daily living skills, and social interaction skills, and he's more active in the playground. Ivan has built stronger relationships with staff and peers. He has improved his communication skills by generalizing sign words and meet his needs. His hobby and interests are classroom swing, nursery rhymes, iPad, Lightbox, and story time. By improving his attendance, Ivan has gained access to build on his routine, which builds confidence to explore independently.
Okay, next I'd like to invite up Cameron Arthur Christensen. You got a good fan club here, it looks like. Cameron is a focused, determined, and hardworking student. He strives to produce his best work in both English and Spanish. He loves to be active and participate in most sports. He enjoys soccer, basketball, football, and swimming. PE is his favorite class. Math is one of his favorite subjects. Cameron.
Anthony Reyes. Okay. Recognizing Anthony Reyes in front of the school board for his achievement is not only important but necessary. It is crucial to acknowledge the hard work and dedication my student Anthony put forth in third grade to succeed in an environment that might present additional challenges. He's capable of achievement greatness. Often faced with unique challenges in the classroom, he's capable to succeed by putting forth perseverance and hard work. He demonstrates a strong work ethic and a positive attitude. He has shown that with the right support and mindset, anything is possible.
I'd like to invite up Mallory Ellen Bowden. Mallory is a classroom leader, a true swim dolphin. And everybody at Lincoln knows what SWIM stands for. She always tries her best. Mallory has learned all her letters, her sight words, numbers 1 through 20, and can count to 100. She is so kind to others and always willing to help. Mallory.
Lauren Marie Porter. Okay. Okay. Lauren always strives to learn more and do her best work. She has made so much growth this year in her Spanish reading levels. Lauren always participates in class and is a natural leader and role model. She enjoys dancing, art, and working with her classmates. Our class loves the surprise notes and artwork that she leaves us. Lauren is such an asset to our class and school with her positive attitude and kind and helpful nature. Go, Lauren!
We have so many amazing students at Lincoln, and these are the ones we recognize tonight, so we'll turn it over now to French Prairie. I was just kidding. We're going to talk about the Lincoln staff.
Jose Reyes is not here, but Jose supervises our Lincoln and French Prairie after-school program. His job is to enrich, inspire, and motivate students during our out-of-school time through safe, inclusive environment that supports academics and provides opportunity. He also provides a nurture and active and welcoming environment that promotes leadership, creativity, and exciting opportunities for out-of-school learning.
Press the button on the phone. Not sure why it's failing.
Testing, testing. Okay, I'd like to invite us Avelia Tamayo. Avelia Tamayo comes to work cheerful and ready to take on whatever task comes her way. She's extremely professional and treats students at Lincoln with care and kindness. She is also competent in readiness skills and is an asset to have in the classroom. The children in our classroom, this is the voice here of Miss Weigel, a kindergarten teacher. The children in our classroom love and respect her. She goes beyond what is expected. She has supplied clothes, food, and other needs for students at Lincoln. As her coworker in the classroom, I seriously could not do my job without her. Avelia has a heart of gold, and she is truly a blessing to work with.
Zach Fisher.
want to sit and just read from there so that the mic will pick you up.
Now, yeah. SAG is an exemplary leader whose dependability and exceptional communication skill make him a valued asset to our team. He embodies integrity and dedication, consistently going above and beyond to support his colleagues and students. SAG's continued commitment to personal growth and learning sets a powerful example for all of us, as he actively seeks opportunity to improve and positively impact the lives of students. His intelligence, compassion, and trustworthiness create a nurturing environment with colleagues, students, and their families feel supported and valued. Through his inspiration and leadership, Sachs cultivates a culture of love, patience, and excellence among his fellow teachers, making him a truly exceptional leader in our school community.
And the final staff member for Lincoln that we would like to recognize is Jose Sanchez. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt appreciation for Jose. He is a truly wonderful colleague who consistently goes above and beyond to ensure our school is clean and safe for everyone. Jose's dedication is remarkable. He arrives early every day to meticulously tour the school, ensuring that everything is in order for the day ahead. His friendly demeanor and willingness to assist anyone in need do not go unnoticed by both students and teachers. We are truly grateful for his hard work and positive attitude. It is truly an honor to work alongside Jose, and I am thankful for his invaluable contributions to our school community.
Thank you everyone for coming.
You may use the mic.
Do I need to use the mic or do I should just talk
It's a
loud?
Zoom.
Oh,
It's a Zoom.
oh, mic. Okay, well, then I guess I'll go come in with the mic. Good evening, everyone. Some students that we'd like to recognize from French Prairie. The first one is one of our 8th graders, Abigail Vasquez. So her teachers nominated her, and they said wonderful things about her. Among them, she's a student who's always positive and willing to try new things. She's in Smile Club, choir, and wrestling. She's an excellent student and exemplifies the Spartan 3. She's a fantastic musician who constantly strives for excellence and inspires her classmates to do the same. She's willing to try new things and move out of her comfort zone. She's helpful, engages in class, and helps out peers. She's inquisitive, caring, and self-aware. She writes with passion and clarity about lots of subjects. She's a deep thinker and a helpful peer and friend to her classmates. She's always she's always a pleasure to have in class, and she challenges herself and others to do better in all things. She's a wonderful model student. Thank you, Gail, or Abigail. Next, we'd like to recognize Visandro Salazar Flores, sorry. Come on up, Visandro. He's an exemplary student and role model in and out of school. He is very kind and respectful and responsible. He's happy to help his peers and teachers. He's always willing to try. Visandro is a wonderful and caring member of the community, where he's offered to help others in need. Great job, Sandra. Our next student we'd like to recognize is Esmeralda Delgado. I don't think she's here this evening. Esmeralda, she's an exemplary student who's kind, thoughtful, helping others when needed, participates in class with insightful contribution in the class discussion, completes and submits work on time, and not only exhibits our Spartan manners, but is a great example for others to follow. She is truly deserving of this recognition. Thank you, Esmeralda. Our next student we'd like to recognize is Gwen Cahoot. So these are some things her teachers said about her. She attempts all of her assignments and takes accountability for her education, communicates or advocates for herself, and also advocates for her classmates if they will not be present or has questions. She is polite, follows school expectations, is respectful to others and the learning environment, and comes to class prepared to learn. Thank you, Gwen. Our next student I would like to recognize is Sofia Tavares Banda. Sophia is a student who helps other students in her group when they don't understand without being asked to help. She gets all of her work done, always asks questions. She's respectful, responsible, kind, and organized. And she is a kid who, when I told her that she was being recognized, she's like, "What, me?" And actually, all these kiddos were like, "What, me?" And I wanted to point out to all of them that these were the things nominated by your teachers, and they wanted to recognize you because of all the great work that you guys do here at French Prairie. So thank you very much. All righty, so staff members who we'd like to recognize. First one is Mark Yeager. Come on up, Mark. So Mark's an unsung hero. He's there every single day. He helps out in our cafeteria, making sure that we're ready to get the day going after breakfast, to get PE in the commons, especially on those wet, rainy days that we have in Oregon. No matter what, whenever there's a call on the radio, like there's code V in the bathrooms or biohazard, Mark's right on top of that, and he's always extremely helpful for staff. I know staff really appreciate Mark's hard work, and they notice when Mark is not there. They definitely point that out. They're like, "Mark must be out." "Yeah, how'd you notice?" "I noticed." So people notice that. Mark, we really appreciate you. Thank you, Mark. Next staff member I'd like to recognize is Moises Vasquez. So Moises, or as we call him on the radio, Mo. Mo is a great assistant at our school. He's there every day. Not only is he an assistant in our school, he works with some of our most challenging kids at times. He's also one of our volleyball coaches, or he works with our volleyball team in the fall. And he worked with us last year at track, but then he left us and went to the high school. But we won't hold that against him. But Mo is a great asset. He's always willing to just step in. You ask Mo to do something, and he is right there and willing to be flexible. And wherever we need some support or some help, Mo is right there. So thank you, Mo. And last but not least is Ryan Britton. Ryan has a really challenging job. He is our behavior specialist, and he gets to work with some of our challenge kids throughout the day. He does an amazing job with them. he just listens to them. He gets a great perspective from them. He's able to build some really great relationships with the kiddos, and he really de-escalates a lot of situations, so they don't really become behavior issues. Kids will come to him, let him know something. He'll come to us, and we'll come up with a plan to help support the kids. And it's really a benefit. This last year, we asked Ryan to start writing down all the things that we prevented rather than reacted to, and there's a heck of a lot of stuff that we have prevented this year as a result of just his intervention working with our kids that are having a tough time. So thank you very much, Ryan. Oh, get a picture. All righty, I'll turn it over to our colleagues from Lincoln to do their report.
Well, congratulations again to our students and our staff. And next, we'll be moving along to a school report.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, parents and community. Good evening, superintendent. We're gonna start with our goals. And as you can see, students is the center of our goals. And this year, we will be working in reading, attendance, and sense of belonging. On the bottom, you can see what is our mission that is aligned to the district mission: prepare, inspire, engage. I call it our pie. So we prepare, inspire, engage. This is a project that we are doing for the next year, and it's just to share our goals to our families. And this is how we are gonna share with our families, like with a pamphlet. Our goal for reading was reading helps self-esteem and improve concentration and positive affects critical and analytical skills. Our goal for this year was that at least 50% of our students who were in grade level in reading map assessment were at the score equal in the growth index equal as 0. And this is our results. And our data, our strategies, and next steps. We have this wall in front of our school in our office so kids can see how we're doing throughout the year and how can we improve it. And we share this information with the students and with staff. So our data for 2nd to 5th grade, we have the positive index about 36% for reading, and 31% is approaching. So they were very close to getting the data to be on the grade level, and 33% that are below grade level. For kinder and first, we were talking about phonological awareness and comprehension. 38% of our students were above or at grade level. 32% were approaching, almost there, and 30% were below grade level. So what is our next steps and what we want to do with this? This is our work that we've been doing. Our focus area, we continue to strengthen our core instruction, how to support in the core instruction. Also our tier 2 reading intervention, small group differentiation. We provide PD in reading strategies, and also our teachers provide PD in phonics and vocabulary. And we are working in collaboration with RTI, which is MTSS, the science of reading.
Our second goal is sense of belonging. So we know that when students feel safe, and they feel a sense of belonging, they're more likely to succeed academically, behave positively, and feel more satisfied with the school environment. So based on the measure that we use, this Youth Truth Survey measure, our goal was 35% positive responses, and we'll show you that data here in the next slide. So the data with sense of belonging, just to give you a sense of our focus area, would be to make sure students feel like they can be themselves. So we have 48% were positive with that. Feeling important, part of the school, 29%. Whether or not students are friendly to you, 42% reported positive on that. And then feeling safe at school, we have 59%. So there's some good positives, and we also have room to grow, as you can see there, and we're working on that. Some of the ways we're working on it include having some it's okay. I don't have it memorized there. So having friendship, small groups, and having students involved in that. Having a site council with some of our oldest students at the school. We've brought back assemblies this year, which hadn't been at Lincoln since pre-COVID. So that's been a really exciting, fun part of the school, about once a month or so. And then we have professional development that includes content about cultural awareness, equity, and hope, and just thinking about content that has to do with social and emotional learning.
So quick question regarding the percentages. First one's 48, third is 42, 59. Says, do you feel like an important part of your school? Why the percentage difference on that one? Like, what do you guys do to make kids feel important, or what's lacking? Or I don't know if you can just clarify that for me.
I don't know why the difference is. I know that these numbers are fairly in line with like the national numbers, and for some reason, I mean, we would certainly hope that the percentages would be much higher all the way across. But the feeling important part of your school, it seems like a really individualized experience, and there's some things that we probably could do better to really bring out that importance for individual students to really feel that. The safety is obviously a really important measure, and even at 59%, I would say that we need to grow that. But the can you be yourself with other students, and do you feel important at school? Those seem like kind of similar questions, right? A good sense of belonging question, but nevertheless, that's how they report. That's how they responded in the survey.
And all this data compared to last year, we improved a lot. Last year it was 28%, and now it's 48%. So the students, we have improvement through the practices that we're doing and that we're putting in place. And also, I attend a PD that aligns with attendance, and this is pretty much the numbers that they see across the nation. So it's like post-COVID, how we are gonna be more doing alignment to our practice and our strategies to support students to feel more safe at school and to feel that sense of belonging. And also, like you're gonna see in the next slide, it belongs also the attendance. So if the students don't attend, they don't feel that they belong, and vice versa. If they don't feel, sometimes they don't attend. So now it's how we improve our practices in attendance, and this is how we are doing it. So it shows that if they attend regularly, they're going to feel more part of the school. So our goal for attendance was 50%, to increase from 50% to 61% for this year. And what we got right now is, we can change that. So last year we have 50% regular attendance, and our goal for this year is 61%. As today, it was 58%. For a daily average attendance that support our students to do that one. And part of this is like how we grow in the school before. The next slide. So before we didn't have an attendance team, so this is the first year that we have an attendance team. I attended professional development with Willamette ESD, and also having coaching. Now we think things that we're doing is like we align with the leadership and the site council. We are putting the certificates, sending postcard to the family, giving information to the family, and strengthening our system. Part of this is also we are creating this pamphlet that is supporting the families to understand why it's important to come to school and how can we support them. So this is, every time we do this work, is me doing the work, putting into leadership, putting into side council, and giving the feedback and creating this information for parents that support students and our goals. Oh, sorry. And other thing that we are doing, and I think you hear about this one, the tier system with Washington School. So also we are doing this part where we look at what is in place, what can be better, and what are things that we can do. So we did this plan with our leadership, with the whole school, and with the parents to see how can we improve to support our students.
And question, when did this begin?
The process that we started,
Mhm.
I started my PD, like learning about this in April. So we started
Okay.
to improve our system. But starting with the team, we started writing in September to see like what was in place, how can improve, creating some systems. But at the same time, we were creating the system, I was learning more, and I bring all the learning to my team, and we strengthen our system. So it's like little by little. And when I was with the coach from Willamette ESD, and she visited our school, she also said like, she guided me like how steps to take first, and little by little how to strengthen our system about attendance.
And so it sounds that there's been a lot of professional development around this. Has this been implemented in schools?
Professional
Yeah.
development for our staff, not yet, just with
Oh,
our
okay.
team. But a lot of the things that we're doing, we provide the information to our staff, because it's more like a strategy, like what we're doing and system that we are putting in place. And then it's coming more information to parents, how important is attendance. And all our PDs, what we align is like whatever we're doing in our PDs, we create like what is aligned to our goals. So everything that we're doing, how this aligned to our goals. And it's things that we're doing that, as I said, it's not just us, but it's like we bring to the community and the site council, and they bring us feedback, like how can we improve.
Okay. So then has this been implemented or is going to be implemented?
Part of it, like
The
I didn't put it here, but part of it, like in blue and purple, is implementing, and yellow is like what we want
okay.
to be better.
Got it.
Mhm.
Thank you. So next year you'll have data on the entire
Yeah,
system.
so it's our next step, like how we, every time is how we can improve and be better on this.
Thank you.
Okay, and then throughout the district this year, every school has had a real focus on PBIS, positive behavior intervention and support. And Lincoln has also done that. And we launched the year with a real focus on school-wide expectations, making sure that our staff had a really clear shared understanding of the kinds of behaviors and the character we wanted to see in our students. And really, it starts with the adults. It starts with us. So we've had a year-long focus on PBIS with PD pretty much every month, or each of the Mondays that we have. We spend about 2 hours with PBIS-focused PD. One of the things we developed in August and September was school-wide expectations were dolphins. So we wanted to use the acronym SWIM, which is safety first, the S. We are respectful. The I is inspire, and the M is make responsible choices. And so each of those, it's sort of a play on the safe, respectful, responsible with inspire there, because we really want to help our students become great leaders. We also, so throughout the year, it's been a tier 1 instructional focus. Some of this is in progress. We've created a draft of our PBIS handbook, which wasn't in existence at Lincoln before. And then, so we've built on some of the things that were there, and we're trying to work on adding it. But to do that with everybody on board, we really got to use a collaborative approach and make sure our staff's involved and students as well. Some of the areas that we're doing, but we're still growing with is SWIS, is the data examination that we do with student behavior. So we do that We do that, but we have room to improve. So one of the things we're working on is consistency with documenting incidents. There's a variance between, staff to staff. So that's an area that we've discovered that we need to work on. And then data-based action planning, where we're making decisions and making progress based on the data. So we're in that process, but it takes some time to get up and going. And then something ahead for next year really is that tier 2 and tier 3 focus, which is focusing on students that maybe struggle with their behavior in just the tier 1 focus. So we're really individualizing things and helping them to grow and develop the strategies and skills so that they can be successful. And that's the end of our Lincoln presentation. So thank you for inviting us to do that.
Do you have any question for us?
Question.
How many parents attend your site council meetings?
Right now, we only have 3 parents attending, and we are expanding that one. So another thing that we're doing is also strengthening our communication with parents. We have Class Dojo, Facebook, emails, Remind, and also most of the time I go outside and greet the parents when they are waiting for the students. And I give invitations to them, and sometimes they say they're coming, and we understand they have different things. One thing that we're gonna change is the time, because right now our meeting, we have it at 5:30, so we're gonna change it to 6:30. Also, we are improving that one by having coffee with the principal. So we start in our time coffee with the principal. We have one meeting in the morning, and that one family came, and next week we're invited. It's one in the afternoon. So we're gonna see how it works and invite more of the parents to be with us. They say they are willing to come, but so far only 3 parents have come.
Do you offer a meal with your?
Yes, yes,
And do you offer childcare?
yes. I'm sorry to do, part of it is the relationships, and we both know this is our first year, but we know that as we continue and we are strengthening our relationship with parents and having more connection with them and more activities that engage our families is gonna be better next year. Mhm.
Any other?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have French Prairie Middle School.
All righty, so there's a few things that we wanted to highlight from this past year. The first thing is some authentic learning that we had taking place. There's some pictures up here. Some of them are pictures from our outdoor school, where our kids actually were learning how to literally save each other's lives, like with first aid and stuff. One of the pictures is them learning to do tug of war, but they had to learn how to do knots. So kids were really learning how to do those kind of things. Some of the other pictures down there, the pictures on the bottom right there, the bottom 4, those are students that are going, that went on a field trip to the Apple Store, and they learned about how to do coding, and they went into what's called the Learning Academy there at the Apple Store. So actually tomorrow we're having another group of 8th graders go tomorrow to the Apple Store to, so first semester, this was from first semester, so the second semester kids, it's a different group of kids, are going to be going to the Apple Store as well. And then the other 2 pictures in the top left right there are pictures with some of our community members and actually one of our teachers, Dancia Azteca. This was from an assembly we had just recently. It was earlier this month, and the kids had a great time. In that top left picture is a couple of teachers that were asked to come out and dance with the group, and the kids cheered and had a great time with that. Next slide, please. So one thing we wanted to highlight is this last year, our ELPA students, we had some pretty great passage rate, in particular for our sixth graders. Out of our average was actually a little bit higher than the state. We were some of the highest in the district when it came to the students exiting ELPA. So we had right around 20% or 17 of our kids passed the sixth grade level, about 11% at the seventh grade level, and 16% at the eighth grade level. Our kids and staff have been working really hard in showing this improvement. This last year, we have a lot of kids that are close, but not quite there yet. So we have 32 of our kids that were in EL services at the beginning of this year that have now exited for next school year. Next slide, please. Some family engagement that we've been working on this past year. Last year, we only had a couple of family engagement nights. This year, we had over 6 of them. Plus, we have our concerts that are not included in those 6. So we had our winter concert, which was right before winter break. And then we have our spring concert coming up here in the fall. But if you can see, some of those pictures are a couple of those pictures are from our OMSI night that we did in partnership with Lincoln, and that was a great turnout. We had lots of kids there. We actually had some former French Prairie students come back and help in the OMSI night. They thought they were going to. One of the kids thought he was going to OMSI, but he didn't go to OMSI. But he thought so. It was kind of fun. The high school kids that came back really had a great opportunity to share like their learning. And then a couple of these other pictures are from one of the nights that we had during the school year, where Chairperson Legaspi presented to some of our staff about families about mental health awareness, and that was pretty well attended for both our for all of our families. And then that last picture in the bottom left is a picture of one of our families that won a raffle prize. So that's something that we did this past year, was as we had our family nights, we offered raffle prizes to get families there, and then we'll continue into that next year.
Can I just clarify that I did that as a parent?
Yes, you did that as a parent. You did not do that as a chairperson. So some of the things that some of our goals from this last year, we were working on our MAP growth goal, our math MAP growth goal. That's a mouthful. Our reading MAP growth goal, and school safety. So looking at these, we were looking to see an increase in either reading or math of our students that were below grade level, trying to get them to have a growth index of greater than 0 or greater than 1, or greater than 0.5, because that's a year. In MAP, in both in the math and in the reading. We'll look at that data in just a minute here. And then school safety, we were trying to increase our student response rates for school safety to above 70%, because last year we were right around 60% in some areas. Using our MTSS and trying to decrease the number of referrals and try to get increase in school. Next slide, please. So our MAP growth, that's the same information, just in a different graphic. Our growth from fall to spring for MAP was about 31% of our students exceeded our growth target. Our highlight is that 42% of our 8th graders actually met those growth goals. So our kids, 42% of our 8th graders were growing at the rate that we were trying to get, which was more than 1 year's worth of learning in one school year. 31% of all of our students between 6th, 7th, and 8th grade achieved that. Our reading was not nearly as high. We only had 29.1% of our students that met the growth target goal in English, and only 9.2% in Spanish. The interesting part about the Spanish version is we only tested twice, and in English we did 3 times. The reason why we only did twice in Spanish was because in the middle there, they took what's called the STAMP test, which is a test to measure their biliteracy, which is used to help them be leveled in classes at the high school for all of our 8th graders. So instead of having our kids test, we decided to only do 2 rounds of Spanish MAP instead of 3 like we did with the English MAP. Next slide, please. So just something that I was asked to look at. So our math OSAS scores, so that's the Oregon State Assessment scores. If we look at our scores from last year, we were right around 6% in sixth grade, seventh grade 7%, eighth grade 8%, that's kind of ironic that it's those numbers. If we're looking at our MAP growth proficiency index, which is a predictor, we are looking at sixth grade would go from 6% to 9.6%. We haven't gotten the scores yet, but this is what MAP is projecting for us. Seventh grade, we'd see up to 17%, so 10% rise. And then for our eighth grade, 21.6. And then for reading as well, we were right around 19% in sixth grade last year. Seventh grade is 21%. Eighth grade is 23%. This year, again, the projected is 32% for sixth grade, 25.8 for seventh grade, and then 34.3 for eighth grade. Just wanted to highlight how we are hopefully going to see that trend once we get the OSAS scores for next year, from this year. The students, we're wrapping up our state testing right now. We have till the end of next week to complete all of our state testing with our students that are taking them. We have a majority of our kids that have finished it so far, but we still have some stragglers that we're pulling in. So this next slide talks about our school safety, and looking at these numbers, things didn't go very well. And our students who need supports, they've been struggling. We believe that we can do better with this culture of trying to create this culture where students are wanting to have a sense of belonging at French Prairie. We definitely missed the mark because, as you can see, from last year to this year, we actually went down in all three categories between families, students, and staff. So that's going to be a major focus that we're going to be working on for this upcoming school year as well.
What do you think was the main reason for this?
That's a great question. I think it's a dynamic with some of our cohorts. Some kids are, and kids and adults, I shouldn't say kids. Adults, I don't think we did a good enough job as adults. I know I didn't do a good enough job as a leader to make sure that our staff was having a more positive mindset. And I'm not blaming staff for the way people are feeling, but we also have to think about how we as adults are doing things, or how we're projecting ourselves to our kids and to our community, is how they're going to start feeling about things. So that's something that we worked on. And in the next couple of slides, hopefully that we'll have addressed some of those things to help see an increase in these things end of this year going into next year.
Real quick, I saw the words referrals, major and minor.
Yes.
Can you help me understand what the threshold is between a minor referral and a major referral, and how do you gauge those?
So a minor referral is typically teacher managed at the teacher level. So like kind of nuisance behavior, kids not following, not on task, not being prepared for class, might say something inappropriate, like something on a relatively minor level. A major referral will be office managed, so that's something that either myself or Dr. L would help manage. So then those are more serious offenses, like drugs, alcohol, fighting, repeated disobedience, repeated defiance, cussing out a teacher. Those are kind of things that are different between a major referral and a minor referral. And that was some learnings that we worked with staff after spring break, kind of recalibrate. Like, so what do we think a major referral versus a minor referral? Like, so it's a little bit of calibration between us as staff in the office versus the teachers that might be feeling frustrated in the classroom as a result of nuisance behavior by some kids.
And with talking about fights, because obviously parents talk to me, talk to us, whatever. Talking to parents, what is being done, excuse me, about fights? I mean, do all fights, physical incidences at the school get logged into data, or do they get withdrawn and just be like, well, that one didn't really rise to the level of, let's just
So if kids are putting hands on each other, typically they're going to be logged as a fight or physical aggression. So there's a couple different thresholds when it comes to physical aggression, right? You have a physical aggression, which, hey, we're pushing and shoving and like we're not coming to blows. Like assault is where someone comes up from behind, grabs a student and throws them to the ground and starts punching on them. That's a little bit of a different level, and they'll receive a different response than, you and I have beef and we decided we're going to go at it, right? That would be considered mutual fighting. So that would be fighting. So fight, like I said, hands on each other is going to be something where you're going to spend some time home alone, and that's not something I lightly like to do. And I know with Dr. L as well, we both don't. I don't prefer to suspend because I don't have the opportunity to work with kids. But at the same time, if we're putting hands on each other, if we're physically assaulting each other, there's no place for that at school. And we really need to send a message to students like, no, we don't get to do that kind of stuff here at FP.
And what about like fights, classrooms? Excuse me. Fights in classrooms and hallways, do they all get addressed the same? Like there's no exceptions. Like if it's a physical assault, kids are actually fighting, as you stated, do they all get addressed the same way or some are overlooked?
So I would say overlooked. I would say there's progressive discipline, right? If this is your third fight this year, it's going to look a lot different than if it's your first fight, right? So your first fight might be 1 or 2 days of out of school suspension. Your third fight might look a little bit longer than 1 or 2 days at home.
So there's no special exceptions to fights, any fights. I mean, you guys address them all.
Yep. If
across the board.
we are aware of them, right, we are definitely on top of that.
Okay, and what are you doing? Because obviously it's been a part of our conversation now that we're on safety. What are you guys doing about gangs, colors, clothing? How are you addressing that issue?
So some of our students are on gang contract or safety contracts, and those particular students are getting specially designed, well, I shouldn't say specially designed instruction, but small group instruction on acceptable behaviors that we have at school. If we continue to see violations of those contracts, then those kids will start to have, progressive discipline, more and more consequence. Like, hey, you know what? First time might be, hey, you know what? We're on this contract, not allowed. Okay, now you broke it. Okay, so now we're going to have a consequence. And then, you broke it again. So now here's another consequence. And just progressively ramping up with those behaviors as we see them.
And so those are processes, but is there plans aside from that? Like, this is what we need to do. Yeah, there's this, but to curb this, to bring this down, to address it, is there plans that are laid out?
So sorry, I'm new to French Prairie, so this is my second month. That's the work that I'm doing this year is to try to schedule some of those planning. So right now we're still in the processes of that. We're working with our site council and with parent volunteers that are coming in. We have another meeting scheduled for June 7th to gather information from parents again and work with them. So we are still in those planning phases, but yes, we'll have a very solid plan moving into the fall.
Okay, so we'll have that. We can have that plan.
Sure.
When fall comes around.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I'll add, I think, what's being described a little bit is like the continuum of support and consequences. So when there are behaviors, there's the progressive support that's provided that includes some of those functional behaviors analysis of students to put them on and create those supportive plans along with the progressive discipline. So it's looking to, create that sense of accountability through discipline, but also through the progressive support for students.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say our general plan right now is we're really focusing on holding students accountable and having that consistency. So some of the things that we've been working on since spring break and will continue into the fall is really having, again, he mentioned talking about the consistency between office managed and classroom managed behaviors and how we're responding those and create some consistency and some systems around that. So that's some of that work's begun this year. The other is really thinking about increasing those instructional opportunities for staff but mostly for students. So how we're responding to some of that discipline is very different in that we spend a lot more time doing individual educational moments. Even during the referral process, we might also then refer to additional instruction, assuming that all students will do well if they can, and if they can't, there must be something getting in the way, and what does that look like, and how can we intervene in that? And then a couple of things that we have already begun to implement in that continuum of behavior supports and discipline is our Take 5, which is more like a pause system for teachers and students to be able to take a moment, reflect on what's happening, and then start again, rather than jumping right to referral, a minor or major. Kind of gives people time to reset. The other is our wellness room, which is part of the individualized instruction that we're already providing using our social worker, behavior specialists, and counselors, a little bit of Art and I as well. So those are some of the pieces that we've started so far. But yes, we're filling in some of those gaps within our continuum of behavior supports and discipline so that we're really set and ready to go for fall to turn some of that stuff around.
And do these numbers reflect everything the teachers are reporting?
Yes, I would say in a lot of cases, since we don't have any referrals that we just don't do anything with. There are some major referrals that come in that when Mr. Hotelling and I look at them, we might determine that they are more of a office or a classroom managed, and we might bump them down to a major depending upon what we see in the moment. Sometimes referrals come through and there's a lot of emotion that comes with them, but there's none that just gets swept under the rug or that we don't address. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
And in regards to safety concerns and whatnot, obviously, again, parents talk. Is there any update? My understanding last week or the issues with the restrooms, 550 kids, one restroom for each gender. A lot of parents were concerned, angry, upset. What's the update on that?
So we did have a site council meeting. We had two, as a matter of fact, and we were monitoring bathrooms. We thought that we had them with fewer at different times during the day, but they're all open now. We just redeployed staff in order to, and that's how we started the process. And we monitored the numbers and things like that. But it didn't go so well during testing time. And that was some of the challenge. And so they're open now, but we still are monitoring that. We have a significantly less behavioral situations happening in the restrooms.
And is that a PBIS strategy?
Monitoring bathrooms. It's positive behavior, but it's not necessarily a recommended or whatever from PBIS. It really came from actually a federal court case that's in the works right now, where they had Fight Club in a school in which staff were aware of and didn't do anything about it. And there are educators in prison right now.
And so I guess you said they're open now. So was it working? Is it working?
Yeah, I mean, it's still working. We're still monitoring the bathrooms for safety for students, and we'll continue to do so for the rest of the school year. We have also we had some great offers from our site council to have parents come in and volunteer to help us with supervision. So we're in the process of setting that up and recruiting for our first training session coming up soon.
And then just to kind of summarize, this started because there were fights in the restroom?
Yeah, we had multiple things happening in the bathroom. So yes, there was something that the students were calling Fight Club, in which there were mutual fighting with rules and things that were happening in the bathroom, mostly not during passing times, but during class time. And students would meet in the bathroom for Fight Club, both girls and boys. We also saw an increase. I'm sure you know that there was a lockdown, and that started with tagging in the bathroom and threats written in the bathroom. And we started seeing a continued uprise in that as well. and drug use in the bathroom. So we are now monitoring bathrooms, and that we've only had one situation in which there was a pause. Somebody stepped away from a restroom, and in literally for 5 minutes, and we ended up with Fight Club in that amount of time. So we really feel like that continued monitoring, at least at this point, is what we need to do until we can really get in and start and get a new reset.
And can you tell us a bit, what is that exactly to monitor the restrooms?
So we have an adult outside who is students kind of check in and check out so that we know how many students are in there. And then we check periodically to make sure that the students or a staff member will go in and make sure that there's no graffiti, those kind of things, so that we can narrow that window of opportunity for students. And then if if we're able to find something, we had one situation where something was written on the bathroom. It's 2 or 3 people, and then it's much easier for us to investigate and have consequences for that.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, so all restrooms are being monitored?
Yes, sir.
And with what staff?
Our educational assistants.
Our classified, our educational assistants.
And sometimes us.
Yeah, and
We also
usually the morning is usually when Pam and I are hanging out at 7:30 in the morning, from 7:30 to 8, because we have our supervision staff is with our students in the commons or back or out front, or they're in different locations throughout the morning. Something I want to highlight, go to the next slide, please. Something we want to highlight. So looking at our average referrals, so blue is this year's referral numbers, and green is our referral numbers from last year. And this is all of our referrals, minors and majors, compared to national information. So our goal was written to reduce referrals as a measure of school safety. Like I said, green is last year, blue is this year. We started implementing some of our current intervention, which would be increased services and instruction with PBIS rotation. So after spring break, we do what's called PBIS rotations. All students throughout the whole entire school during advisory go to different locations, and we talk about the expectations in those locations. And then for some of our kids that have high need for instruction, we have small group instruction. Like Dr. L mentioned, our behavior specialists, our social worker, and our counselors working with some of those kiddos. We implemented the Take 5 this after spring break, working on our wellness room and being more consistent with discipline. That includes learning lunch. Rather than just the detention, the kids sitting in the office, they get to have some instruction either with Dr. L or I, which they really love. And also, as part of the referral process, reteaching as we investigate through, like, hey, what happened here? That's usually kind of how we start off. So what happened here? Can kind of tell me what occurred, right? Teach and reteach. We started to see some major decreases since after spring break. A lot more work needs to be done in this area, but because this is a lot of time for Dr. L and I to sit down and go through a referral that might take us 25 to 30 minutes just to process one referral, depending on the severity of what's happening. If something minor might take that long. Where hopefully in the future we won't have to spend as much time on those major referrals.
And so what has contributed to the decrease?
We really believe that it is re-educating staff, getting on the same page, talking with staff, resetting some PBIS expectations, those PBIS rotations, reteaching students' expectations, and that more intensive instruction that we're referring to from our students who have more than 10 referrals as who we targeted first. And then anyone who comes to the office for a referral or investigation stuff with Mr. Hotelling and I also receive instruction and kind of that reteaching. So I think those are probably the primary focuses of that. And then having an option for staff with our Take 5, instead of just writing a minor referral, they're able to send the student for some instruction with another staff member so that it kind of gives them a pause and to be able to restart. So those are the main things we think contributed to this.
So kids
Reduction.
step out of the classroom.
Students do step out of the classroom and go to another class for a few minutes. And if they're on a plan, which some students are, we're following the law for abbreviated day and informal removal, they only removed if they have it in their plan, but general education students can step out of the classroom.
Thank you.
And so what's the highest number you've seen of referrals in a day?
Well, we did have a very interesting day, which was right before we started monitoring bathrooms, where I think we might have had 30 or so that day. There was quite a number of kids that were involved in multiple things. I think we ended up with 4 fights in one day. It started at 8:15 in the morning when students arrived, and it just kind of set the tone, and everybody who had a beef with somebody settled it pretty much that day. So that was a pretty big day.
So you'd say, I mean, granted, it says 4, or would you say the average is maybe 7 to 8 a day?
No, I mean, I think that those numbers around 4 a day we have some days where we don't have any referrals. And then we have other days that are a little bit, more intense for sure.
So, yeah, we'll skip the next 2 slides are the minor referrals and major referrals just broken down. So if we want to skip those 2 and go on to our last slide, which is our response to the data. So I'll let Dr.
So I've kind of covered most of this already, but in our response to the data since spring break, we realized that was not yielding the desired results that we were hoping for. So we know that school safety is our top priority. Our relative strength in our Youth Truth data is around relationships. So we're going to be using those to as kind of leverage to help us with that school safety component for our priority. And acknowledge that climate and culture, it matters, and that must change and improve for us to be able to address school safety across the continuum for us. So again, some of the things that we've done since spring break is that continuum of behavior supports and discipline matrix. And that's really helping us just as a foundational framework and guide in our development of all the systems that we're trying to put in place. Again, piloting our wellness center and using the Take 5, increasing our interventions, and just increased acknowledgement of opportunities for students that are meeting expectations. So we have our Spartan Shields, and that is our PBIS component, really just acknowledging those students and coming up with different opportunities for them to feel successful as well. And then our next steps for our planning so that we can deliver you, the plan that you're asking for is we know that we need to reboot our systems for PBIS and MTSS, our AVID leadership, and maybe even blending some of those so we can work a little smarter, not harder, and get some alignment there, increase our PBIS. We've been working with a consultant this spring or this fall. No, it's spring. I lost track of even the timeline. So we'll be resetting PBIS for sure for next year and doing and continuing to get some alignment and create some conditions for success there. And then
And we had some learnings from the conference.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And we had a pretty great team that went to the PBIS conference, and they brought back some really great strategies that we're going to be employing as well, and working with that team even through the summer. One of the things that we identified pretty early is engagement is one of the best ways that we can pull kids back in. And so we're working hard to improve that through 2 ways. We really focused our master schedule on classes that students were interested in rather than what we've always taught. So we'll have much more offerings around leadership and technology. So creating some conditions there. And then also we're planning on increasing reading instruction for all students through our advisory time next year. And that was just a grassroots movement through our SPED department, and they found some curriculum that is really demonstrating some great results for our students. So staff are really excited about expanding that program. So that's something that we're working on for next year. And of course, increasing our family engagement. We're really excited about the opportunities to get our community members in our school to support us in our efforts.
Do you think that with the multi-offenders
with family engagement? Have you seen positive response on that or no?
You know, I think it's a little bit of mix, right? We have some families where when we're calling and we're offering some additional instruction and supports for families. Some are very welcome and excited about that opportunity, and others are they've got their plates full and they're not as interested yet. Next year, we're going to be working in the fall with Marion County to offer parenting classes and parenting support. So we're hoping that we'll have some of our families taking advantage of that.
So what kind of classes of interest have you provided to the students so that they can deter from this negative, the referrals?
Well, since spring break, we've targeted whatever their area of need is, and we identified that through their safety plans or individual support plans that students have. So some have needs around drug and alcohol or gang affiliation or some of those other components. And so we scheduled or identified what their greatest area of need is. And then our specialists have taken on those small groups and provided that. And then we're also providing the individualized instruction or reteaching as needed. And honestly, we've increased some of our that consistency on the behavioral matrix for the consequences. I mean, we've mentioned that that's not our favorite thing to do as far as knowing that instruction, it turns behavior, not necessarily consequences, but we are using consequences to send the message that some of that behavior just will not be tolerated at French Prairie.
So what you've outlined is actions about the things that have transpired, but now they have a whole year of data, behaviors, records, and whatnot. How do you go into next year, and how do you tweak your expectations, like you said, to let them know, like, we're serious about this, instead of starting the year and then reacting accordingly to the behaviors, but vice versa, setting those expectations and then following that? How do you foresee that? How do you tweak your expectations based on what you know now?
I think that our continuum of behavior supports and discipline matrix is one of those ways that we're doing that, because we have 3 tiers with 6 levels every student's going to have. So that's what we're developing systems so that we know exactly pinpointing what do students need and at what level they need that, and then creating systems for monitoring that so that we're not reacting, we're proactively acting, right? So we would have plans in place and systems in place for monitoring, and that's the work that we're going to be doing when students leave and over the summer, so that we're ready to start in the fall. And then there'll be a lot of instruction where we're looking at opportunities for assemblies, for that reteaching with PBIS, those kinds of things. We're working again with a coach for PBIS on how to restructure the culture of PBIS in our building. So that'll be something that we're working on as well.
Okay. So I mean, obviously, next year we'll be monitoring, because again, parents speak, and there's a lot of concern with French Prairie. So this time next year, or even sooner, hopefully this is going to be working. I mean, obviously you guys are changing your plans, trying to develop ideas and plans to move forward to quash this or to address it. So hopefully, in the monitoring, we can see that'll be effective.
Absolutely. I mean, we've already started seeing the last 2 months a reduction in our referrals and some improvement. And I agree. Right now, it's unacceptable, and we have to get better.
I was wondering, how many parents attend your site council meeting?
So on a typical month, we have about 3 to 4. This last one that we had we had 13 at our last parent meeting. It was Friday the 20 or 17th, I think it was not last Friday, but the Friday before. And we had a lot of parents there, and that's where that's the people we're going to tap into to help see if they can come in and volunteer to help us with the bathroom, so we can get our instructional assistants back in the classroom and not having to watch the bathrooms. But we feel that was an important step that we needed to make in order to keep kids safe in the bathroom, because we were seeing those behaviors happening in the bathroom. So if we can get the parents to help us out, they've said, hey, we'll help monitor hallways, we'll help monitor bathrooms, we'll come in during lunch times. Obviously they have to go through the volunteer process and make sure that they're clear as a volunteer. But that would be a great help for us, so we can free up some of our assistants to get back in the classrooms.
So, sorry, did you say that was a site council meeting? Mhm. On Friday?
Well, it was a revisit of our site council meeting from Monday. So the first meeting, the meeting was, hold on, let me look at my calendar so I'm not giving you untrue.
So they had a scheduled site council meeting, and then parents asked to meet with us again
Yeah.
separately. So
So,
it's
yeah.
not a pre-schedule.
Yeah, the 13th was
So that was
our,
only open to those parents. It
They
wasn't open
requested
to
to meet
all.
yeah,
So it wasn't to all parents.
the one on the 13th was open to all parents. And then parents that were at that site council meeting requested to meet with us on that Friday, the 17th.
What did they ask to meet about?
Specifically around the bathrooms, and then other issues that they had.
Thank you.
So, that brings up another question about, your active volunteer roster. About how many active volunteers do you have on your roster at French Prairie right now that are approved, that you?
So if I look at the roster, there's a fair amount, but a lot of those people, like, so at the beginning of the year, we had outdoor school, so parents signed up because they want to do that. So it's usually around those times. So I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I remember looking at the list earlier last week. I think, oh, Booba's still here. I don't know. Booba, do you know what that number is? Yeah.
Active, we probably have about 15 to 20, but overall we have about 75 volunteers.
Okay, that's good, thanks. And then I had a question about the pause card. So you were talking about, the students who are like on a contract or, have had previous issues that they can utilize this card. Can't every student in general population use a pause card, and they have 3 opportunities or something like that to use it during a certain amount of time if they want to use it? That's how it used to be. I was just.
Yeah, it's a little different now, or it's called Take 5, and that is a PBIS protocol. And it is a tier 1, so all students have access to Take 5. If they're on a plan, whether that's an IEP 504, the law then requires that be part of their plan for them to miss instruction. So that is, if they're not, then we find another way for them to receive the support that they need, rather than to go to like a buddy classroom and take a pause and do some reflection with that teacher.
And then, what would you say, is the percent of your family engagement for your school overall, for your building? Just guessing, if you don't have the data, because you're shaking your head.
I don't have the data. I've only been there for 2 months, so.
Overall, just to say, with everything that you've got going, what I hear you saying is that you realize you want more, you need more. Just in the year thus far, I mean, we're starting to close up shop, coming up quick here.
So-
What would you say, 20%?
I would say it depends on what you're asking for. If you're looking at for volunteers coming in the classroom, no, or coming in the building, not so much. If you're looking at like our parent engagement nights, so
Everything together. Families engaging, community engaging, people, engaging with your building. I mean, everything that you've got going on from the beginning of the year until the end of the year. Now you've you've been there for a while, I
Yeah.
already know. And so if you were to look at last year compared to this year, family engagement as a whole, where are you at?
I would say we have more family engagement this year than we did last year. We've done more activities. It's been really helpful having our parent engagement specialist. She came on board around December, late November, December. She's been really helpful in planning those nights, really taking that off my plate or off Boo Boo's plate as well. So I would say, from this year to last year, a lot more parent engagement, probably about, 10, 20% more parent engagement, I would say. But I would say if you were to pin me down, say, what's the number of parent engagements? Like how many parents have you had show up? Again, it depends on the event. The first event, when I would say 20% of the families, maybe a little bit higher, depending on the evening and the topic that was. Yeah, it's better than last year, and I would love to see more of those nights. I'd love to see more of our parents actively involved in our site council. It's in our monthly newsletter every single month. Letting parents know that, hey, it's typically on the first Monday of the month. This upcoming month, I'm going to be out on the 3rd, so it's going to take place on the 10th. And we're reminding staff, we're reminding parents in the newsletter that's coming up.
So how many safety officers do you have?
We don't have any safety officers per se. Unlike the high school has safety officers.
Mhm.
We have instructional assistants. We call them they're part of our supervision staff. We have 5 of them there, and they help support during morning time, right, during breakfast time. They help support outside as kids are coming in the building, whether that's out front or out back. They also push into classrooms when we're not monitoring bathrooms at that time. And then we have a special ed assistants that work specifically with their special ed population.
Just want to clarify a little bit there. We have 2 school resource officers as a district.
Yes.
The other staff members are not officers.
Yeah.
So there's want to make that distinction. As a district, we have 2 school resource officers, and then we have support staff who are often utilized to help supervise and provide that supervision.
Correct.
So I guess question would be not who serves on the campus safety team, but what does that look like at French Perry?
What do you mean by that question?
So not monitors, but some schools have like a campus safety team that are part of the safety of the campus, like you're mentioning, instructional assistants. But does French Perry have campus monitors?
We don't have any campus monitors. We have a safety team and we have a behavior team. And so we have what I noticed when I came to French Prairie is we have a lot of different little siloed kind of committees and groups working on different things. And that's sort of what I was talking about, having a systems reboot so that we have some clarity and some consistency. But our behavior team manages a lot of, and PBIS team manage a lot of the behavioral components, but we also have a safety team. Every school does, but we don't have campus monitors currently at French Prairie.
Thank you. So I have a clarifying question on your youth truth data. When was that survey completed?
Just before spring break.
Oh,
So we
just
got-
before spring break.
Yeah.
So 11% of your staff at that time did not feel safe? Is that how I'm reading this?
That's correct.
And 49% of students do not feel safe?
School safety is defined through the different questions that include, yes, I feel safe in a variety of settings. This is what students would answer. They have that there's clear rules against hurting others, develops adults stop bullying and harassment, and I usually, and that they themselves stop bullying and harassment. Those are the questions that are around students, staff, that students are safe from bullying and harassment, that adults themselves will stop it. There's clear rules for no hurting in the school, and that students are safe. And then family questions along that school safety are learning, learning environments are safe, there's no bullying, and their students are safe from violence. So yes, student or yeah, you have the numbers there for school safety. Yeah, staff 11%, which is down from 44% last year. School safety for families is 26% this year, down from 38% last year.
And so given that you mentioned that there's an improvement in behavior, what else has improved? So usually there's some sort of correlation. If behavior decreases, there's like a correlation of something. So in this case, if you see behavior improve,
Well, the improvements we've seen since this survey, so the survey data was conducted, like I said, right before spring break, and the improvements that we've been seeing are definitely from since spring break on, so from April and May.
so
Because
then-
prior to that, in March, we were seeing much higher numbers of even referrals and things are up to 20 a day.
so if you've seen an improvement in behavior, are you seeing an improvement in grades?
I don't have that correlation for you tonight, but we can certainly come back to the board with it.
So I'm just thinking, if you're seeing something improve, there's also either something else decreasing or improving. And I'm wondering what that is.
I don't have an answer for you tonight.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for
Thank you very
answering all the
much.
questions.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on our agenda is public comment. And it looks like we have, so before we invite our guest, I have a statement to read. Thank you for being at the Woodburn School District Board meeting tonight and for sharing your comments with the board. Hearing from our families and our community is important to us. During this section, the board's role is to listen. We will not be engaging in dialogue with folks making comments. When follow-up is warranted, that will usually be done through our superintendent. As a reminder, we model the way for our children. Please keep your comments respectful and do not personally identify staff or students by name as this may violate HR and student privacy laws. We want to leave time for everyone, so please keep your comments to 3 minutes per person. Thank you. So at this time, I would like to invite Erika Guevara. Okay. We're not reading this.
I don't see her here.
Unfortunately, she did leave early since this meeting did take a little bit longer and it started a little bit later as well than the actual start time, so she did have to leave.
Thank you. Rena Bignell. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Rena Bicknell. My pronouns are she, they, and I am the school psychologist team assistant, and I am also a SPED EA. I split my time between these two roles. My concern that I'm bringing here tonight has to do with an incident with a board member that occurred on May 17th at Nellie Muir Elementary School. This board member attempted to take the space that I was using twice, and through herself and through another teacher, under the impression that the space was typically for counselors. Worth noting is that the door to the office in question has signs indicating that it is meant to be used for the school psychologist team and for the social work team, and it has confidential information enclosed within the office. Additionally, Nellie Muir Elementary School has one school counselor who has her own office. This led me to my primary concern. Why is a board member working one-on-one with students in private, on school grounds, during school hours as a counselor? I spoke with a few of my colleagues, and this has also been happening with this board member at Heritage Elementary School and at Valor Middle School at the very least. As a disclaimer, I am fully in favor of mental health services being provided for students. I myself benefited from them a lot during school, and I continue to benefit from them today, and I'm a big proponent of mental health services. However, referral processes such as SIT are in place for a reason. Is this board member able to bypass these processes because of her board position? Due to my questions, I researched a few of the ethics laws in question about this. According to ORS 244.120, Section 2, publicly elected officials, such as board members, are legally required to disclose publicly any potential and actual conflicts of interest before acting on them. As far as I'm aware, this board member has never done so. Additionally, ORS 244.040, Section 1, details that publicly elected officials are prohibited from using their position or even attempting to use their position for personal financial gain. From the outside looking in, it looks like this is exactly what she is doing. At the best case scenario, there is a simple lack of transparency at the school board level, meaning the entirety of the school district is in the dark about this. What else is happening with the board that the school district is unaware of but should be privy to? At the worst case scenario, this person knowingly and willingly violated Oregon ethics laws pertaining to her position for personal financial gain. Either way, the chair and the rest of the board owe the district their accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, moving on to reports. So our next item is board reports. We'll go around and we will share how we are contributing to moving the district mission forward. Would anybody like to start us off?
I got to attend, well, I chose to attend the Oregon Biliteracy event. That was, I've been wanting to go even before I was on the board. And I was actually able to finally go, and that was pretty awesome to see all these kids that completed the program and whatnot, and to engage with them after the fact and to see their excitement about it and to actually just talk to them in their language that they succeeded in. It was awesome. And also just to hear their college plans and what their plans are and you know, what they're excited about, just to kind of just engage as a normal person, if you will. So that was really cool to see. And to know that there was 5 different languages that were achieved was also pretty awesome. My understanding is that the numbers were higher than last year as far as the people, the students achieving the success. So that was really awesome to see.
Yeah, there are 230 students who earned the seal of biliteracy this year. It's the highest single number that Woodward High School has seen.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I also attended that event as well.
I have nothing to report since I've had a lot of family issues and work involvements, so unfortunately, I have nothing to report.
I attended the biliteracy ceremony as well. And I agree. I think it was phenomenal and it was really emotional. I think, you know, watching all of the families supporting the students, the community coming out for the students, and just the pride that was there on behalf of just the numbers. And Lynn came up and talked to us, and she was really excited that we were there, and the catering, you know, that was done to acknowledge the recipients. It was a very well done, well polished ceremony, and I was so impressed. Just from beginning to end, they worked really hard on getting everything ready, from the chairs to, you know, the stage. It was really, really nice. And I think that even when students are considering taking Spanish at the grade school level all the way up to middle school, that they need to think about, you know, that this is their future and that someday they will have the opportunity to take that test and to be a candidate as well. And that is something to look forward to. And to have their own medallion with their name on it. That is a very, very big deal. Very big deal.
It's definitely a big event. It's, I think, a great way to start off and kind of moving in towards the end of the senior year and graduation. So definitely looking forward to that. Oh, wow. Mhm. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you. And so I will invite Director Sarah Bishop to come give us a operation report.
Good evening, School Board, Superintendent Larios. You have in front of you your usual monthly report from me. We're nearing the end of the year, which is exciting and frightening in general. This report is through April 30th of 2024. Around May, we start asking schools to start wrapping up their spending for the year, purchasing supplies they need to get through while purchasing what they might need to start up the school year so they have some things on hand. So really most of the spending for supplies starts dwindling down at the end of May, mid-June. Payroll expenditures are, of course, encumbered throughout the entire year after our first payroll. So this is really a good place for us to be right now. We're a little ahead of spending percentage-wise over last year, but that's not surprising. Our budget this year was a little tighter than the year before. We were trying to get as close as possible to what's typically spent, so we're refining those numbers. So nothing hugely alarming. State school fund, you'll see in the state revenue line, most of that is state school fund. We have one payment left to receive for the year, and that is right on track. But nothing of consequence to bring your attention to, but I, of course, am open to any questions.
So are there ever any funds that don't get used?
That don't get used. Any funds that don't get used get rolled over into beginning fund balance for the next year to be reappropriated again. So I don't know if I would qualify them as not getting used, because again, it's just like your typical monthly budget. If you don't use funds, it just rolls over into the next. Nothing in the general fund we have to give back if we don't spend it. It's not reimbursement based like special revenue and grants are. So no.
Any questions for Director Bishop?
You guys have probably seen enough of me to last for a while, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is confirmation items, and they are as presented. Meeting minutes from April 9th, April 23rd, personnel, surplus property disposal report, funding proposals and applications. I do have a question, Superintendent Larios, on the Lower Bush Foundation for America's Libraries. So I saw that that's a $5,000 grant. How is that distributed throughout the district?
Well, this grant is particular to Woburn High School. This grant is qualified for the high school and goes towards a spending.
Okay.
I don't think my mic's on at the high school library.
Do we have any questions on confirmation item? If there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to adopt the confirmation items as presented.
I would make a motion to accept the confirmation items as presented. Adopt the confirmation items.
Thank you. All in favor of adopting the confirmation items as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, moving on to board action items. We have old business, which is a policy update and a second reading.
Yeah, so in your packet tonight, you see several policies, and these are policies that we brought forward at the last work session, and we had great conversation and in-depth questions asked about the policies. And so what you see tonight reflects the language that the board selected at the work session. So we're ready to bring them forward and to adopt them en masse tonight as presented.
So like this is policy that we reviewed at the last meeting, I believe, or previously.
Yes, these are just the policies that we reviewed at the last meeting, and we walked through the language options, and what's in the packet tonight reflects the language that was selected by the board then.
Any questions or discussion?
I think we're pretty comfortable with
none.
both, yeah.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to adopt the policy as presented. And we can make a motion towards them. We don't have to adopt them individually, but as a mass.
No, yeah, I can make the motion to adopt the policy update as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
All in favor of adopting the policy updated as presented here, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 vote. So moving forward is we have new business. We have 2 items or 3 items, and the first one is board vacancy interviews. So at this time, we will interview for board member position 5. We have received 2 applicants. We will interview all applicants and ask them the same set of questions. Are both our applicants here today? Okay. So what we've done in the past is we'll ask one of you to step out. If there's a volunteer who would like to go first, it's up to you. And then we will ask questions, and then we'll have you step out. And then at the end, we will have discussion and deliberate.
Okay, thank you.
And then questions. Does Bria have a set of questions?
Oh, we can get a copy of the questions as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. That'd be great. Thank you.
So welcome, Bria, and thank you for being here and applying and having the desire to serve our students. And so we have 5 questions. We'll go around and we'll ask those questions. And there's an opportunity for you to ask questions as well. So the first question is, why are you interested in serving on the school board? Do you have personal connections to any current students in the Woodburn School District?
Yes, so I am interested in serving on the school board because personally in my heart, I have a great call for public service.
I've always been passionate about helping others, public service, and that's something I want to dedicate my life to. So that is why I'm here tonight. I have a calling in my heart. I do have personal connections. My oldest son, Wilder, will be starting kindergarten this fall at Lincoln Elementary School. And I have a 2-year-old son who will be a future Woodburn school kiddo. So I'm invested in the long run. We're just starting, so I'll be here a long time. So why not get involved and lend a parent voice? My other personal connection is my mother has been a public school teacher in Woodburn for 28 years. I don't want to blow her cover because I think she tells people she's still in her 30s. But she's approaching almost 30 years teaching for Woodburn. I think she might be our longest tenured teacher at this point. So I have a lot of personal connections and personal investment in our school district.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with public schools in Woodburn or elsewhere?
Yes, so I started my experience with Woodburn Public Schools when I was 6 years old in 1996. Back then, Woodburn had a year-round school program, so the months were different than my traditional public school. So I spent every day that I could volunteering in my mom's kindergarten and first grade classrooms for years. And when you're around someone who has unwavering dedication and love and passion for Woodburn schools, it's contagious, and I caught the bug. So when my husband and I decided to buy a home, Woodburn was the clear and obvious choice. So we put roots down here. Another unique perspective, other than being a mom, of course, that I can also offer to the board is that I'm literally on the front lines of our urban growth every day in my professional career. I help people buy homes in Woodburn and get housing in Woodburn. And I'm advocating for Woodburn Public Schools. My last 6 transactions in Woodburn in a new construction neighborhood, all 6 families were new to Woodburn, moving here from Portland, Wilsonville, Lake Oswego, Oregon City, and they ask about our public schools. And so I'm advocating there too. So I think by seeing the growth firsthand gives me also a unique voice to the district.
What do you see as the most critical trend for the future facing public education in the Woodburn School District today?
I think budget and funding our public schools is always going to be a fight, always something that we need to advocate for. In 2024, as a mother, I'm definitely concerned about safety and my student feeling a sense of belonging. And I think we saw some of those statistics talked about tonight. And bullying, how can we prevent bullying at the early stages when, there's verbal altercations going on? How can we support teachers and staff with student safety and bullying? And how can we make all children feel a sense of belonging? I think that is so important. I also think we really need to focus, and this is a national issue as well, on classroom management. We are seeing an increase in students who have behavioral, educational, emotional, extra needs in the classroom, and we need to support those students. And we need to support the teachers teaching those students. And I believe that we are only as strong as our weakest student. And so if that student is getting their needs met, the other kids' learning is not being impacted, teachers are feeling support in the classroom. So I think classroom management also should be a key focus.
What are the most valuable contributions Woodburn School District make to the community and why? And what are some areas where you believe Woodburn School District can improve?
I think any school district, but specifically this one, is the heart of a community. Through education, there is love, there is power, and the school district is the heart of a community because we are having the wonderful opportunity to grow and engage little citizens. And I think that's so cool that we're shaping young children through knowledge and learning. And I think that's the heart of a community. We can bring people together. I saw tonight also some statistics on the site council meetings and how we don't have a lot of parents coming in. And I'm like, gosh, I would love to encourage that. I would love to help us grow on that. And I think another interesting piece of that is we need to engage parents, but we also need a diverse mix of voices, and we need to tell Gen Z and millennials and that they can do things like this. That's why I'm here. I can't wait to tell my millennial park mom friends that I went for it, wanted to be a change. So I think that that's really, really great too. And I think, yeah, I just think when a child is being nourished in the classroom, that trickles down to home, that trickles down to their friends group, their life choices, their career, and that ties into how the school board, the school district, educators, parents, how we are the heart of a community. And then some areas that I believe Woodburn School District can improve. I think we need to unify our administration team with our teachers and our parents. I think the last couple years have shown us that there is a gap there. How do we bridge that gap? We are all on the same team. Students come first. So how can we collaborate together? How can we unify? When we put students first, we all win. And that's where education starts. And again, that's where you see the trickle-down effect. So I want to encourage the community, parents, and bridge that gap and all come together for our kids.
And our last question, is there anything you would like to ask the board or anything else you would like to?
Thank you. That was a long meeting. I brought a Red Bull. Thank you for the opportunity. I also coach for youth basketball for the Woodburn YMCA. I do 3 and 4-year-olds and 5 and 6-year-olds. And I attended the University of Oregon and majored in communication. So with that, I'm also an expert negotiator. I'm great at compromise, which I do at work and I do at home with a 2 and 5-year-old. So I can help anyone come together, I promise. And just thank you for this opportunity. I'm committed to going into it with a full heart, open ears. I'm excited to learn and I would be honored if selected. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, thanks.
Welcome. So we have a set of questions. I don't know if you had, does Ryan have a set of questions?
Okay, thanks.
Welcome, Ryan, and thank you again for applying and being here and sitting through a meeting. We have 5 questions to ask. We will go around the table and ask those questions, and you will have an opportunity to ask a question at the end if you would like so. The first question is, why are you interested in serving on the school board? Do you have personal connections to any current students in the Woodburn School District?
Well, first I want to say dobra večer and buenas noches and good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. So I'm interested in serving the school board because I think first and foremost, I am a product of the Woodburn school system. I went through Washington Elementary to French Prairie and graduated from Woodburn High School. I am a parent. I have 2 kids at Lincoln Elementary. And so I really have a vested interest in my children's education, but more importantly, your children's education. I feel that we all need to invest in all of our children because they're our future firemen and doctors and teachers. So it's not just my children who I want to succeed and have go through a good school system, but we need to focus on all children. And so I'm from Woodburn. I'm Woodburn proud. I'm a parent, but also I'm a public servant. For the last 10 years, I've worked for the state of Oregon in Salem as an environmental scientist. And so my job is to protect water quality for all Oregonians. And so I have found that just public service is my calling. And so in addition to being a parent and being from Woodburn, I really just want to be a public servant. And I found that this is an opportunity for me. And I see a lot of people complaining from the sidelines, and this is an opportunity to actually get involved. And so, and then also, I think most importantly, I see that Woodburn's diversity is our greatest strength. I remember going to college and being surprised that kids haven't been to Devishniks and they haven't been in quinceañeras. And so it really, leaving Woodburn helped me understand what an incredible special place this is, and it's worth protecting and it's worth fighting for. And it really inspired me to get involved. And then for the second part, yes, I do have some personal connections with the Woodburn School District. You know, my mom worked in the district office for 20 plus years and has retired. My brother Andy is a teacher at the high school. My sister-in-law, Sarah Byer, is at the middle school. I have a brother-in-law, Zach Fisher, is at Lincoln Elementary. So yeah, our roots run deep here in Woodburn and in the school district. Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with public schools, specifically in Woodburn or elsewhere?
Sure. So as I said, I went through the public school system. I understand the challenges of going through Woodburn and also the opportunities. I've also been involved with site council at Lincoln Elementary with my kids and meeting with the teachers and the principal and the vice principal, and that's just been a really great experience. One thing, what I told the principal is, I mean, I'm a parent, but that doesn't make me an expert in early childhood development. So really focusing on listening to parents or listening to teachers, listening to counselors is really, I mean, the most important thing. So the site council, going through Woodburn Public Schools, and just being involved. I go on many field trips as I can with my kids and chaperone as much as I can. And then I guess I've also had some nephews go through the program, and so I've always gone to their sporting events. And you know, I played sports here at Woodburn, so that's fun to see that as well. So I think overall, that's my experience in public schools. I wish it was more. When I left Woodburn Public Schools, I chose a career in the sciences, but I think that using those skill sets could help me bring that experience to the public schools, because my job is to analyze data and make decisions. And so I feel like that's a real benefit for anybody in a position, the school board position, is to look at data-driven decisions, science-based decisions. But anyways, that's my experience with public schools. Sorry, I got off topic there a little bit, but.
What do you see as the most critical trend for the future facing public education and the Woodburn School District today?
Firstly, I see Woodburn expanding in every direction, from Centennial Park to Crosby Road to the outlet malls over there out towards Molalla. We're expanding. And so what I've heard from teachers through site council and from my own kids is that the student to teacher ratio is sometimes difficult. And I see Woodburn expanding, and not sure if we're also expanding our facilities to accommodate all of these extra people. I know my daughter's talked about having 30 kids in her class with one teacher, and that's really hard for a second grader. I've heard from other teachers that You know, after missing a year in COVID, kids are emotionally and academically behind, and that's a trend that we've seen. So it's really getting kids back up to speed emotionally and academically, and finding the extra capacity to deal with an expanding Woodburn. I see those as our the most critical trends. Yep.
What are the most valuable contributions Woodburn School District makes to the community and why? And what are some areas where you believe Woodburn School District can improve?
So as I mentioned, I was really shocked leaving Woodburn that people weren't just used to being around a bunch of different cultures, that they didn't know what a Devishnik was or a quinceañera. And those are just things that I took for granted. And I find that that's something that really is unique about Woodburn, and it gives all of us who get to experience that and enjoy that a unique perspective. And it helps all of us be more accepting of other people and other cultures, because we've grown up around that our whole lives. And so I think that's an incredibly valuable gift that Woodburn gives us. And then so what are some areas where we could improve? So I remember leaving high school and going off to college and being incredibly unprepared for the amount of work that was required, the classes. I just wasn't prepared. And so I just hope that we're preparing kids a little bit better of what that first year of college actually feels like, or whatever step they may take in their lives. But for me, I went off to university, and I found myself completely unprepared for the amount of work and how hard it was. And so I'm hopefully we're preparing our kids for that next step in life, whether it be college or whatever it may be. So yeah, I'll just end there. Yep.
And question 5, is there anything you would like to ask the board or anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I've spent my life in public service. I after university, I've lived in California, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico. As a geologist, prior to working for the state, I've worked on projects all over Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Argentina. I've been through Central America and Asia and Europe, and all of these places I chose to come back to Woodburn because I really this is my home. I value Woodburn. I think it's an incredibly unique and special place, and it's given me the opportunities to succeed. And I want to try to give back to some kids the opportunity that was given to me. And I understand that not all kids have the same opportunity that I have or was given. I was given a stable home. I always knew where my next meal was coming from. And not all kids have that. And it shows that when kids aren't worrying about that, they're able to excel in their academics. And so my goal as a public servant would just help kids give those opportunities that were given to me that may not have those same opportunities. I have a huge focus in diversity, equity, inclusion. I try to use that on, all of my choices are through that lens, because I know that, you can't give everybody a pair of size 10 running shoes and say, run a race. Some people wear size 6s, some people wear size 12s. And so equity is hugely important to me. And so I want to spend my life as a public servant bringing equity amongst my community. And I love Woodburn. Yo quiero aprender español siempre. Yo quiero hablar con mis vecinos, mi comunidad. It's importante para mí. I love this community. I want to be a part of it. And I think by being on the school board will help me be more effective and bring my talents to folks who need it. And then, is there anything you'd like to ask the board? So yeah, so I guess I guess a two-part question is, first, why did you choose to run for the school board? And what's some advice that you wish somebody had given to you when you chose to run?
What was the first part? I'm sorry.
Why did you choose to run, and what's some advice that you wish that somebody had given you?
Well, I chose to run because I'm just like you. I grew up in Woodburn. I love Woodburn. Like you, I've been to many, many places. I've traveled this country. I think I've gone to 46 out of all the states, and a lot of them are beautiful, but something just brings you back. So I totally agree with that. And knowing Woodburn, you know, growing up here, knowing the community and being part of it and being involved, you get to know people and you get to know the structures and the families and whatnot. And then with everything that was going on with the school and things, I just felt like, you know what, just like I want to be a part of it. I want to be able to help kids. If you knew my background, it's all public service. It's all, you know, law enforcement, the juveniles, the governor. I've worked for all those and whatnot. And so having that youth groups, just working with kids and stuff and seeing some of the issues that some of these families that they deal with, some of the lack of necessities, you know, how can we be a part? And it's not materialistic all the time. Sure. It's also just emotional support as well. It's kind of being there for them. And, you know, and so that's something that I loved. And like, I saw the board, I saw the opportunity. I said, man, how can I be a part of this community? What a great opportunity. Sure. I guess, word of advice, you know, I'm a year into this, but just be ready for the noise. There's gonna be a lot of noise. Just be ready. Obviously, everybody has different mindsets. You're not going to make everybody happy. There's going to be something coming up, no matter what, no matter how hard you try. Just block it out because it's all about the kids.
Sure.
That should be everybody's goal as a team, as a community. It's all about the kids, and that's the bottom line. That's the end goal there. So, advice is just stay focused on what your goal is. Thank you.
Well, the reason why I ran is, well, I'm also a Woodburn High School graduate, was raised here, born here, moved away, seen other districts, how amazing they are, volunteered there and seen how over the years, we had amazing teachers when I was going here, and we still do. And there's still room for improvement, and moving away from another state of where there was great school districts, I want to contribute to improve the school district. And because I still have kids that are growing up, and I had 2 graduates from Woodburn High School, and I do want it to make it safe as it used to be in order for all kids to be able, because there's all walks of life. Like you say, we're a very diverse community. We've always been a diverse community, and this is just a way of volunteering, serving the community. Advice, there's like Jimmy said, or Santiago said, there's a lot of noise, but the thing is, we have to focus on the students because our students are our future. And like you see, we gone through the public school system and we came back to it, and we want every child to have the opportunity to grow and to be that public servant, the principal or superintendent or I don't know, CEO of a large company. You know, our kids have to have the opportunity to be ready for whatever they choose to go, trade school, college, university, or entrepreneur. But the fact is that they have to be ready for the hard work. They have to be ready for everything that's out there. And we are here to prepare them from the way they dress, from the way they act, and to their choices in the future. Because we hope that there'll be great contributions to our community as well.
Thank you.
So, well, the reason why I applied and submitted my application, because I was appointed just before you're submitting yours. was because I have a heart of service and I believe in volunteering and pouring into your community. I have done advocacy work for years and years, and I have done service work for probably 25 plus years as well. And all of my children have gone to Woodburn schools. I grew up in a community a lot like Woodburn, and we had fantastic schools. And I believe in Woodburn. I believe in everything about this community. My kids have had phenomenal teachers here. One of them is sitting in this room. And we have had wonderful experiences, and I have had great experiences. And we've had some challenging times, but there have been just wonderful things about Woodburn from the beginning. And I mean, I have kids that are 30 plus right now. So, I mean, this is a long time. And what was the second question? So that's why I
Just, yeah, any advice that you'd give
Oh, my
to, or that
advice.
wish that somebody would get given to you?
Oh, I mean, I think if you just always do your best, I
Sure.
think then you're just doing the right thing. If you're just always giving your best to everything that you do, then you don't have to, worry about anything that's going on or what's being said, because that's what you're here for, is to serve and to do your best. And I think that's where you can't go wrong. That's what I would say.
Thanks.
So about 5 or 6 years ago, I was sitting in the same spot you are now, and I was appointed and later decided to run. So I was here before COVID, during COVID, and clearly after COVID. And I think what I worked for the Woodburn School District many, many, many years ago. So I was familiar with the system.
Sure.
And as a parent and also as a mental health clinician, I was concerned. And I think many of us are here because we want to see improvement in our schools. And so that was my reason for running, is for advocating for what is best for students. Because what is best for students isn't always what other people think.
Sure.
And so looking at data, looking at science, and what does it say about what our kids need? So that was my reason for running and still being here. My advice that I wish somebody had given me, and honestly, I'll call the noise politics, because that's just what it is. I mean, I never asked, but nobody ever told me either about just the influence of politics in these roles. And I think being grounded in what you believe in and not be easily influenced by influencers, because at the end of the day, every distraction, every noise, every decision trickles down to the classroom, to our students. And so just keeping them at the center of all your decisions, keeping them at center of all that you do. Because sometimes I have to come back and ask, why am I here? Who am I here to serve? And I'm here to serve students.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, that concludes all of our questions.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So, thank you so-
All right. So this evening, we will be voting on appointing a candidate. To vote, we will follow Board Policy BBE-AR, vacancies on the board. When there are only 2 candidates, either because there are only 2 or because the board has reduced the list to 2, the board will select the new member by majority vote of board membership. So usually Jenny is here to help us and facilitate this process. So I think usually we have some sort of
Well, when there's more than two candidates, there is like a tally system and a
Mhm.
voting system. Because there are only two, the board could have discussion and somebody could bring forward a recommendation for one or the other, and then a voting could ensue.
Okay. Any questions or discussion about what we just experienced in the interview process? I can start. What's that?
With discussion or a recommendation?
Discussion, right? I mean,
Yeah, you could, if a board member would like to bring forward a recommendation, you're able to
Right.
and engage in discussion and a vote. So the board has an option there.
so I think something to think about is, you know, for those of us who are already here, like what gifts and talents do we bring, and what is missing that we may not have? It is more of a question. I don't have an answer for that. Any thoughts?
Well, since I'm the new person on the block, and you guys are here.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying that I'm the new person on the block and I'm impressed by both of the applicants.
Mhm.
I think that they're
Yeah.
both very good.
Oh, I think
can't?
you need to put
Right,
the
yeah,
mic.
My
your mic
mic's
is
on.
closer.
Sorry. I said that I'm impressed by both applicants.
Well, it's great to see the community members step up and from unique fields and want to volunteer because this, as we know, is a lot of work and there's a lot of, we have to be here for the children and we appreciate that we have somebody here to step up for this vacant position. All I have to say is it's beautiful to see people come back to the community because I moved back after 9 years. And so.
I agree with Courtney. I am impressed with both of them because I don't know them from Jack and Jill. So I'm very impressed with both of them. However, there were some things to be obviously, honestly, that stuck out for me personally with Mr. Byer, the lens that he makes decisions with, you know, as far as equity and recognizes diversity in our community. The multiple languages that he's putting out there, the data analyzation. We do a lot of data recognition and assessments, and his expertise, if you will, in his field, I think would be a benefit to be able to review and assess circumstances, situations, or whatever you want to call it when we do meetings and whatnot. The broader perspective that he has in regards to the people in the schools that know what is going on, that could be a voice to know, to be more in touch with any potential situations or concerns. And just his commitment, the love for the community. And like you said, multiple states decided to come back because Woodburn is very important. And to me, those were the things that stood out the most that for me would make the recommendation for Mr. Byer.
I do have to agree on the data piece because a huge amount of our work is reviewing data and making decisions based on data reports and reading data.
Yes, And I will
Huge,
uh,
huge.
add to that because I mean, I feel like I've been a part of this process where we go through interviewing and appointing, and often the word data doesn't come up. And so that is something that we do review. And so I agree.
Mhm. And both candidates do have a heart of service, though,
Mhm.
volunteerism and commitment to the community.
Well, I think they're both really great candidates. And I don't think this is an easy decision.
Mhm.
But if there is anybody who would like to make a recommendation. Is there anybody who would like to make a recommendation?
Didn't you make a recommendation?
Yeah, I move to make a recommendation to fill the vacancy with Mr. Ryan Byer.
And then that's the motion. right?
And so now there's a motion and the board could take a vote.
So that was a motion. Is there any to ask for a second?
Yeah, somebody who would like to,
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I said
there
recommendation,
any
but if you want to make the motion, I'll make the motion.
yeah, that's what we understood. So
Okay.
Santiago.
If they're ready, if
Director
there's no
Points has
discussion.
brought forward the
right.
recommendation to appoint
Point.
And so
Ryan Byer.
do we need to do
A second and
a
then a
second
vote.
and then vote? Okay. Is there a second?
To officially make the motion, I make a motion to
Yeah.
appoint Ryan
Oh,
Byer
we
to
understood.
position
Yeah,
5
yeah.
on the board.
Is there a second? Are we gonna have more discussion?
I need a few minutes.
Okay, sure.
Second.
So there's a motion on the table right now. So if the more discussion is needed, or is there?
Any questions, discussion?
There's no discussion unless you guys have anything to say. I was gonna see what, well,
Courtney, do you have any questions? Or no?
I was gonna second.
Oh, is there a second?
do you see your second? Okay, hold on.
So all in favor of appointing Mr. Byer for Board Director, position 5, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 vote. Thank you again for those who applied, and thank you for your time here and for your commitment to continue serving our students. Okay, so our next item is interdistrict transfers for the 2024-25 school year.
So this is the insert that was brought to your, the board packet, and each May, the board has to make a decision on the interdistrict transfer, whether or not we open up for the district and what we accept in. So the recommendation that you see before you tonight is to open the elementary schools. We historically see a large number of students leaving. And right now, at the elementary schools, we do have 27 students who are requesting to leave the district, and our numbers in right now are 14. So the recommendation is that for the elementary schools, but for the secondaries, for our 6th through 12th grade, would be to close. The complexity of the high school and secondary schedules makes it very difficult to receive students into the district. So that's what we're bringing forward tonight.
And how many openings did you say in the elementary school? Just the 14 kindergartners, right?
That's a current element, the current kindergarten requests out and the requests in. So right now we have 16 kindergartners who are requesting to leave the district and 14 requesting to come into the district. So at the kindergarten level, it's pretty flat, but when we look at the overall elementary numbers, right now we have more students requesting to leave, 27, than we have requesting to come in. And historically, that's a trend that we've seen where more students are requesting out than in. So we wanted to maintain students coming into the district.
And I don't know if it's a question I can ask, but just out of curiosity, is it just relocation or different school districts, homeschooling that you know of?
So we don't ask those questions about this. These are students who are living in Woodburn and choosing to go to another district. And these are kids who are living in another district and choosing to come here.
So is the recommendation that we have, when it says current Woodburn School District students in 6th to 12th grades?
Yeah, so the students who are currently already been approved, that we continue to maintain.
Oh, I see.
Maintain them.
You know, part of the thought that comes to my head is we had the budget meeting last week talking about enrollment and, you know, budget and concerns and whatnot. So selfishly, you're like, oh my gosh, that's too less, you know. But on the other side of that, there's possible opportunities for these students in other districts and whatnot. So I see both sides of these students changing and leaving the district. So yeah, sad to see them go.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, like, at the elementary level, there's the Hispanic program, the Russian program, and these students are willing to join the, hopefully, like Heritage or other elementary schools where they can have that opportunity to learn a dual language program. So it's something that we offer, and if somebody wants it, why not? If we have the ability to accept them.
Yeah, and I think what, like Santiago said, like we had, you know, conscious of what our enrollment is, and we want to grow our district, but we are in a fine space where we have to be really conscious about what impact that has in this time right now, as we're, you know, aware of budget and the discussions that we've had through the budgeting process. And in this space where this year is kind of a transition year as we kind of are waiting to see what comes forward with the next biennium.
And it's like, we don't want to keep increasing the classroom sizes, but accommodate the ones we do have as well.
Yes,
So-
this is a very just difficult decision, difficult recommendation, and just, really look backwards and try to see what trends we see within our in and outs.
But it sounds like there really is no way.
The why?
Mhm.
No, we don't know the
Because you can't
why.
ask them,
Yeah.
right?
Because we can't ask.
So these 14 requesting into the district are they different grade levels or is it kindergarten?
Those are the ones that I put in the board memo. Those are just the kindergarten. But our elementary, where we're recommending to open, we've seen 27 who are asking to leave at the elementary level right now, and 14 who are asking to come in. They just all happen to be kindergarten
That are leaving.
that are requesting in right now, which is what we typically
Oh,
see.
all the 14.
Mhm.
What's the timeline of this request, like from when to now? Or, did these requests come in
We've been collecting them for months.
for a month?
Yeah, for months.
Oh, for months, okay.
Yeah, since the registration process has started.
Okay.
Can we ask families why they want to come to our district? Or no?
Once they're here, we probably could. Why did you choose to come to us?
Mhm.
We can't
Can't ask before.
no.
Okay. So 14 wanting to enter, but you said there's a total of 27 exiting?
Yes, at the elementary level. Currently, there are 27 asking to leave the district at the elementary level and 14 asking to come in.
So these 14, you don't know which school they're going to go to, Heritage, Lincoln, Washington, or Arthur. Like, we don't know.
Well, they won't be included into Arthur, but that will be
Okay.
when they register, they'll be assigned to school. They don't, as an inter-district transfer, don't have the right to selection.
They don't have like, well, we want to go to Lincoln or we want to go to Washington. They don't have that option.
No, they will ask for it, but it'll be where the room is.
Any other questions or discussion?
Well, with the school tours, we've seen how amazing our little kindergartners are, what they learn from, regardless if it's a dual language or not. They have the opportunity to start in this district, so.
So with these, if leaving, and they mentioned the whole expanding, there's a great possibility that this number, the increase or the new registrations can outweigh what would be gone, what would leave. I'm assuming that with the new expansion, with families coming in, children coming in, enrollment can just, for next year, could outweigh the number that's leaving now. I'd like to think, speaking on the budget, it's like, oh, beneficial. So, because it is a hard decision, it is. It's actually really hard.
It is.
Considering the budget. But yet at the same time, it's like you got to meet families' needs and, so it's like, oh man. But that's why I'm just thinking ahead, like, hopefully enrollment would just jump with all the new houses and apartments coming in and, that way it just kind of settle the ripples to a point.
But it's still not,
Yeah, it's one of those
still not jumping.
kind of counterintuitive pieces that we see as the community grows. The enrollment hasn't grown.
Yeah.
Which is, we know the lower birth rates and multifamily homes that are moving out. But the long range facility study that was done kind of showed that projection that we weren't projecting to grow substantially, but there is going to be another study done so we continue to kind of monitor what impact the growth of the community has.
When is that next study?
Probably next year.
next year.
So I'm biting my nails just thinking about it.
So for those families who want to leave our district, they can come back. Let's say something doesn't work out, they can come back in the middle of the year.
Yeah, if they are residents and they live within our district, they can.
Mhm. And so let's say that happened, we would have space
We would
with
accept them
what we
back.
have. Any other questions or discussion? If there are none, somebody would like to make a motion.
Well, I make a motion to approve the opened inter-district transfer slots for the following programs for 2024, 2025 year for the elementary school. And the current Woodburn School District students in 6th through 12th grades.
Thank you. Is there a second? Not sure. We're gonna have more discussion. Is it we can have more discussion? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, and again, and this is say what I pretty much said. You think about the overall picture, and you just can't help but think that. And but you don't want to be selfish at the same time. But then at the same time, you're just like, crap.
Are
We're
you not
taking
wanting to exclude anybody?
no, it's just budget. That's kind of like. But at the same time, then it's like the whole possibility, potentials of new. So.
So you
yeah.
don't want to cap it at a certain number, or
No.
what are you thinking about with the numbers?
Yeah, just thinking what the possibilities are with the numbers leaving. Granted, it's not many students, however, it does have an impact. And, just looking at the overall picture. But who knows, next year could be a different year.
So this is
This
just
is a
for this
recommendation
year.
for this year, and if the board feels uncertain, the option is to close at all
Yeah.
grade levels.
So it
Okay.
sounds like I'm hearing you say that you're concerned specifically for the budget
The overall, yeah.
because,
Although we've already settled the budget for next year anyway.
but these slots, I'm a little confused. Can you help me understand?
So annually.
think what I
transfers
understand is-
For the year, for this school year?
For the upcoming
For
school
the
year.
upcoming,
Right.
Yeah.
But what I understand maybe Director Puente is concerned about is the capacity or the space in schools.
Yeah. And potentially as to how it affect, if it could negatively affect with the people leaving. But
So it almost seems like a trade.
It is a trade. It's like, it's almost an even out.
So I don't think that we're losing or gaining.
yeah, and that's how I'm seeing it. It's like, because that's how we talked about it. Enrollment affects the budget. But then again, we've already agreed on the budget. We've already voted on the budget, so. shouldn't
So
be a good-
couldn't we make another one of these and modify it if necessary?
So how would it negatively impact the budget?
Well, that's why I said we voted for it, so it wouldn't. I mean,
Too late.
Well, no, we haven't voted on the budget. We vote on the budget.
The budget
June.
committee has approved it coming to the board. Now the board would have to,
Oh,
will
that's
take
nice,
take
okay.
action to adopt it.
okay. So.
So what he's saying is that this locks in the numbers, and so that if enrollment changes by this and the limitations here, and then our enrollment number changes based on the budget, that we're gonna be locked in with this, and that maybe we need to take a look at this and then look at the budget.
I mean,
Take a look at it.
just so I mean, the numbers in your perspective, just off the top of your head, how would it affect the budget? 14 students leaving.
Well, Well, what we
Coming
see,
in, I'm sorry.
what we see historically is that we have more students requesting to leave than to come in. If we close at all levels, then we're losing students at a higher rate than we're like gaining them. Like we would see those students who have made the request, they would all leave us, and then we wouldn't have any coming in. So we'd lose those 27 elementary students, and we wouldn't be receiving any those 14. So we would be down 27 students if we don't open.
And monetarily speaking, how does that affect the budget?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the impact that would have, but that's like a class, a class of kids that leaves us right now. And when we look at the historical numbers, it's greater.
But you said up 27, down 14, so it's not a whole class.
It's up 14, down 16.
Yeah, that's just on our numbers right now. There have been 27 elementary students
Going
who have requested to leave
and
and
14
14
in.
who are requesting in.
Right. Is this the highest we've seen?
No, we'll probably see more, but when we look back at the numbers over the years, it's like double the number of students who leave than request in.
So this is a frequent.
This is an annual.
It happens every
I mean,
year.
these numbers are something you see, and it's usually kind of a wash.
It's I wouldn't call it a wash because we lose more than we gain.
But it's panned out per se. Even so, everything's been okay.
We've always been open at the elementary level.
We should be welcoming them.
So you're suggesting we shouldn't welcome them or shouldn't let them go?
You know what? Kind of put in perspective just everything that was said in the interviews and our goals, and you know, we believe in the Woodburn School District, so we're here. So might as with these kids coming in, so why not? Yeah. I would say approve it, just considering that we're Woodburn, we're not here to prove ourselves and make us, it's just to be able to let them take an opportunity of what we can offer. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make, but the board has an opportunity to do this every year. So this will be for this upcoming school year, and then next May, the decision we've made, and we can look at new data and what that looks like.
Can you share a little bit more where it says there's a decrease in enrollment in middle school and high school, but you're recommending to, but those programs are full.
Because what like at the secondary, we heard a little bit about the choices that are being provided for students, and so it creates a kind of ripple effect where through some of the attrition that's happened, we are going to create spaces and pockets where there's going to be like large class sizes. So we want to
I see.
prevent that as much as possible for our secondary. Where that pocket kind of is at right now.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I made a motion to approve
to open inter-district transfer slots for the following programs for 2024 and 2025 school year for the elementary school and current Woodburn School District students in 6th to 12th grades.
Do we have a second? Questions? Discussion? Concerns? Questions, concerns? What are we thinking?
Just rerunning through my head, so let's go again.
Okay, so if we don't approve the recommendation, can you tell us what that?
Then we could bring forward a different recommendation that could be brought forward if the direction is to close at all levels. A board member could bring that recommendation forward and take a motion and vote.
But if we close it, then it basically shows that we're not willing to take in out-of-district students. Doesn't that show kind of like a?
That's
We
the
don't want
decision
you
that
here.
would be made. Mhm.
So if the board decides to close, does that mean that those who are requesting to leave cannot leave?
No, they would still leave.
They would still leave. Okay.
This is about us receiving.
Well, we should just down those students and less the students who wanted to come.
Is there a possibility to seek more understanding from Director Bishop? Either now or later.
On the, what's the question that we're hoping to solve or seek?
But data based on historical information for the last 2 to 3 years and numbers, how it started and how it ended. So how it looked in the beginning. So like last year at this time when this was prevented, what did it look like and how did it end? And what did the enrollment numbers look like versus what were they projected? And did the same thing happen last year and the year before? And then what were the actual numbers based on her records?
Yeah, with the last 3 years of the enrollments, and we saw that we've almost doubled the number of students who have wanting to leave than to come in.
So there was no loss
No, we lose students.
every single time
The last
for the
3
last
years.
3 years, 3 consecutive years of loss?
Mhm. Yes, that's correct. When we looked at the last 3 years of inter-district transfers, we have more students asking to leave than we have to come in.
At the elementary school level and 6 through 12, both experienced a 3-year loss in elementary and 6 through 12?
Yes,
I think every year that I've been here.
every year.
That's not good. Okay.
So then the question is, do we want to receive the 16 kindergarten students, the 14 requesting into the district?
So would those be two separate actions?
No, it's just.
No, just one. No, I'm asking. Is that what you were saying? You said, would the question be, do we want to receive the 14?
So, so 14 requesting it to want to join our district.
Mhm.
And then, we don't say no to those who want to leave.
Right.
So can you help me understand what your question is?
Right, but the 14 requesting into, those could be denied. Sorry. I said the 14 requesting into the district. Those could be denied.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, so Director Burkhoff brought a motion forward. If another board member would like to bring a different motion forward, that's a possibility to bring a
Okay.
different motion forward to close, if that's what I'm hearing, and then a vote could be taken either way.
Hi, this is Jenny. Can I just chime in a little bit? I just want to clarify to make sure everybody understands that the motion that you're taking is to accept students from other districts. It's not to close and not release students. So our policy reads right now that anyone that applies to be released from our district gets approved. This is a sole decision for incoming students. So regardless, students are applying to leave, they're approved automatically. We're not a closed district for leaving. And then every year per board policy by June 1st, the board decides how many slots we're opening. So tonight a decision does have to make, or you would need to re-meet before June 1st to make a decision. And then just historically, since 2013, we've actually, we've lost more than half of our students than we have coming in. I will say that typically we do see some students moving a lot, and that's been maybe in the last 3 to 4 years since rents have been rising. We've seen a lot of students move to Salem, and so then they're wishing to remain. And so some of these transfers, I will say they have siblings already here. We have staff that want to bring in their students. So closing completely would not be my recommendation. If you feel like you need to set a cap to it, that could be an option, and then we can have a lottery for the pending applications, but I would not recommend to close. We would probably see a bigger decrease in our enrollment if we were to close.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
So just clarify what cap is as far as what on the student numbers specifically.
So we could set a cap and say we're only going to accept X number of students.
Okay.
Yeah, right now you only have 14 pending applications, but typically people will enroll their student throughout the summer, so we could get more releases. If you're capping, I wouldn't use this number 14 as like a cap. You would either do less or more, because we would have to, let's say you capped it at 10, then we would need to do a lottery for the 10 slots of the pending applications.
So it sounds like we are voting to accept students, new students into our district.
So regardless, we're losing, so.
I second the motion.
So what is the fear?
Yeah,
I don't
No.
quite understand.
No, that we already discussed.
What's your concern?
It was just trying to understand the budget and the leaving and all that, how it affects it. It's still, piecing that together, and taking the concerns into that and trying to put all that together. That's where I was coming from and so, yeah, it's a process of understanding.
Sure, these are good
And so
questions. and
just
good
taking pieces, putting it together, processing how I was thinking it was going to play out. So,
Now
But
we're getting it.
yeah.
So it sounds like the fear of, there's a total of 27 who want to exit and there's
Mhm.
16 wanting to come in, and the difference is 11.
And then again,
And
we
how-
could only get 15 back, but 30 leave. That if there was a cap and that was unknown to us, then we wouldn't know how many more or how it played out. Because,
Like if this was a cap.
or if there was an unknown cap.
Oh, there is no cap.
No.
See, I didn't
It
know.
would stay in here if there was.
Right.
Would vote for that.
Well, this just says background information. This doesn't say how it.
This is just current data, and it will change between now and the start of the school year.
Right.
It's just
So the
current
numbers will
snapshot of
change.
right. Data and time.
Right.
And we talk about a community growing. So if we don't, if we close it, then how are we going to be growing? The community is growing in all avenues.
Yeah, we see it through this process. We historically lose more students than we gain.
Right. And we can't control how many people move out, but we want to welcome anybody who wants to come in. Is that right?
That's what,
Yes.
If
uh,
that's what the board wishes.
the motion.
Yes. So we have a motion made. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All in favor of approving to open interdistrict transfer slots for the following programs for the 2024-25 school year for elementary school and current Woodburn School District students in 6th through 12th grades? Say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 4-0 vote. Next item is future agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items? So this would be like reports, or if you have questions or like more information about something, that would be an opportunity for this. We do have a lengthy list that Jenny keeps. We can always add to it later if something comes
Okay.
up. So don't feel like this is the only opportunity for that. So seeing none, we can move forward. So we have here the board calendar. We have June 8th, high school graduation, June 11th, board work session, June 25th, regular board meeting. Do we have a school visit this week?
You know,
Did we miss that?
we didn't get that scheduled, but that would be great. And
Usually that's on a Thursday, right?
mhm. Yeah, that typically happens on a Thursday. These were rescheduled board reports, and so we didn't put that on the calendar, but we could definitely arrange a school visit.
Okay, so that would be in the future agenda.
Yeah.
Item. Okay.
Yeah, so wouldn't we be going to Lincoln and French Ferry as a site visit?
We would. That's been our practice to go, and I think this wasn't the top of mind when we rescheduled these school reports to get that calendar. But yeah, that's correct.
So it sounds like we can get it on the calendar.
Yeah, we
between
can.
Now and the end of the school year.
Mm-hmm.
For this Thursday?
Well, how about if the board give you some dates and times, and we could get something scheduled between now and like next week.
thought you were done. We are not done.
No.
All right. Next, we have executive session. ORS 192.6602I, to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer of any public body, a public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open hearing. Thank you to all of our guests. Have a good night.
Thank you. What?
You're on a roll.
Oh.
Are we not even, did we move over? Did we, close for executive session, or are we still live?
We are still live.
We can talk about it.
Let's get this.
We're still
Yeah.
on. Can't talk.
You mean